And good morning, the 29th of February. Once every 4 years, this greeting will happen. Leap year, I guess. So, open here in about 2 minutes. I've got the levels in. I've got all of the set up the risk neutral multi-bracket 2-lot package here. I don't know if any trading will happen, but I wanted to have the stream open. I got a little extra time here this morning, so I wanted to be prepared for that. We're going to open here. We've got pretty obvious what happened on the PMI number. So responsive selling would certainly not be out of the question for people taking profit. This is the micro composite. We're now at the micro composite VPOC is 78, dropped down from 99 yesterday. You can see we've been steadily, a little pop up and then steadily coming back. We still have this big gap open. So we'll see what we see here this morning. At least watch the open and maybe trade, maybe not. And the market is open. I'll now update the IRT to the full session, or to the RTH session. There we go. And let's see what happens. So we're taking out pretty much everything. The EVPOC has not been touched yet. The overnight high was right there. Developing value area high is up here. Pretty amazing that they don't get a little responsive selling off of this thing, but you never know. Market's been pretty crazy. As Alan Greenspan would refer to it as irrational exuberance. The liquidity managed to pull out of the way with this selling or buying up here. Lots of buying, but they're not getting very far. I would suggest an oops moment, in my opinion. But look at what we're doing. We just continue to push higher. So, yeah. Get this kind of wound in where I can see what's going on here. I find that if I keep these grid levels visible and about that size, it's a pretty good perspective. Jesus, look at this crap. What is this? Now, that's obviously not anybody with a brain. Oh, my beautiful wife just brought me a nice breakfast. Lucky guy. Not having to do with breakfast, but in general. So we are now goofing around. Goofing around up here. I have obviously nothing, no structured trade, no setup, no anything in this area. Anybody that says they do is lying, in my opinion. There's no way. In order to vet a trade, you have to take a sample set, a statistically significant sample set, which is generally considered about 50 trades or 50 samples. And they all have to have the same parameters. It has to be the same context, the same stops, the same scale, all of those things in order to have that setup and that trade be vetted. Now, tell me how many people have 50 examples where we had a 40 or what is it here? Let's see. Say 5, 10, 15, 20, 25 point pop on a number to an all-time high to a way above a mean and a previous existing mean micro composite VPOC. It's just no, nobody has. That's the it's a rhetorical question because nobody has done that. So anybody that says they have is bullshitting themselves or whoever, whoever they're trying to impress with that. Now we're not at an all-time high because that's up at 51.23 half, which is right there. That's the all-time high of an adjusted data. So there's room to go to the top, to the upside. And what I will do now is incorporate today's trade into the micro composite so that I get those high volume nodes pulling in. They're pushed from IRT. That's these beauties here. This is pushed from IRT, the cloud notes column. This is the open in range. These statistics come from IRT, but they're manually input by me, as are the high time frame values here, microcomposite, VPOC, etc. Now we continue to have a VPOC migrate up for the day, which is not surprising. Very, very easy to move this around in the opening moments of the regular session, or in any session, but in the regular trading session, because of the relative volume. It takes very little to move from one level to the next. I put these flags to be able to spot where we were on these migrations because Bookmap doesn't have a migrating. It does have the migrating VPOC here. This yellow line remains, but it'll pretty soon scroll off the chart. It's easy to spot on IRT because they are, the yellow line here remains visible for the whole session. So it's a little easier, but this makes it real handy. And we have more numbers coming up. So, we got another number at quarter to the hour. In other words, another 6-7 minutes. And I'm going to be right back. Now, this is a particularly good example today of why you don't trade numbers. Tell me how you manage that risk. I mean, sure, if you got long and were, in the right direction, that's called gambling. But, and it paid off, I'm sure, for a lot of people who are, you know, view trading as a video game rather than a business of statistics and probabilities, which is what I do and we try to do. And I've talked about that in many streams, so I won't go over it again. But it is a very viable, and it is the truth. So I'm trying to figure out how I'm going to be able to eat this wonderful breakfast now. I'll have to mute off, obviously, so I'm not going munchy crunchy in munchy crunchy in the ears. But yeah, hungry. So we'll do a number here in another 6 minutes. And what I'm going to do is mute off and watch this. I don't plan on any trading during this numbers. And we have another number at the top of the hour. So yeah, it's just all breaking my way as far as numbers go. Let's see here exactly what I do, what we do in the way of numbers. I don't have this trading machine, doesn't have access to all the other random websites and stuff. I keep it little or no software on there and try to keep it as secure as possible. So we had jobless claims, core PCE, 7:30. That was the big pop. 8:45, we got the Chicago PMI. Pending home sales at 9 o'clock. This is all Central Standard Time, the same as is visible here on my. I am in Central Standard Time, and Bookmap is, or IRT, both are obviously trading there. 9:50, we have Bostic, the Fed speaker, then Atlanta Fed at 10:30, then member Meiser speaks at 12:15, then the Fed balance sheet at 15:30. So yeah, it's just a wonderful day. Wonderful day in the neighborhood to probably go somewhere else and do something else. Yeah. And that's not to say that we're not going to get a huge break, responsive selling, and make money, be able to make money. I'm sure people will do that. I'm sure people made money off the number in the morning. It's just, I'm trying to be as diligent as I can to trade my plan. And my plan doesn't take into consideration trading those numbers. So therefore, I'm not going to do that. All right, so that was a wonderful breakfast, and we've had two numbers out, one at 45 and one at coming out at the top of the hour here. I'm sorry, we have one number out and one at the top of the hour. So, yeah, it's a matter of just hang around. Just hang around. Well, we'll see what happens here with this number at the top of the hour. Pretty obviously where we are. This is the full session volume profile, which started at 1700 last night. Right there. That's the overnight. Oop, no, not quite. There's the overnight mid, and the overnight low is way down here below it. Big gap up, trading right at the top on these numbers. There's been no responsive selling, which would be profit taking for the overnight longs. So, where are we going to go? What might happen? I would say, as Trader Lab Tom's, I don't know what you call it, his narration technique. If this, then that. If not, then what? Okay. So if we get a pop on the number, then what will happen? And if we don't, then what? In my opinion, perhaps because my preference is to short based on a experience where the market kind of takes the stairs up and jumps out the window down. I would say that there's going to be some profit taking. We've gapped way up to the previous micro composite VPOC, which was right here. That's right where we opened. Boom. And we've traded up above that. Now we're a long way from we're not a long way, but we're a bit of a distance from a new all-time high. One would sort of be surprised if any of the longs from overnight weren't interested in taking some profit, or they know something we don't. And there's also, a chorus of Fed speakers sprinkled through the day. So this is probably a good day to go rake the lawn in the interest of account preservation. Couple of notes here. This is the full session volume profile. Starts at 1700 last night, and that is the more muted yellow VPOC. The brighter yellow VPOC is for the current RTH session, which is right here. You'll notice now that they have aligned from about 8:55, and they're sticking together now, and probably will do so because it's a typical behavior. The VWAP and the mid are exactly on top of each other. mid, VWAP, and the only other line on my chart is the correlated market, which is the relative movement of the NQ. Obviously not the price because of the difference. It's trading at 18,000 as opposed to 5,000. So, yeah. And there's nothing down here. This will only show break even and the profitability or not of trading. Yeah. And so we've crossed the 9 o'clock hour with exactly nothing happening. Huh. Did I misread where that number was? I'm pretty sure I did not. Let me just see. I did. 10:50, 9:50 Central Standard Time, which is 8:50 our time, was this Fed speaker's Bostic starting. Pending home sales were at 9 o'clock, which is 8 o'clock our time. No, I'm sorry. This is 9 o'clock our time is the home sales. So nothing happened. That's pretty weird. I'm surprised about that. Absolute lack of movement around the number. Pretty strange. I'm wondering how the hell that happened, actually. Let's just have a look-see over here. Unfortunately, I can't share this because I don't have these things on my, all these different websites and crap on my trading machine. Pending home sales was a miss. They expected 5.7%. It's 4.9. So that's pretty weird. And now in 46 minutes, the talking Feds want fire up. We've got the Bostic at in 46 minutes at 10:30 Atlanta Fed, 11:15 FOMC Mester, and then the balance sheet at 15:30. And Williams is speaking at 17:10. So it's just a Fed dog and pony show the whole flipping day. Pretty strange. Oh, well, that's boring. Now I do have to run off on a school run here for my wife. I will put the stream on. Be right back, but leave it streaming so that when I return, I have ability to just step in and analyze the market and take a trade if it presents itself. I have made a commitment not to take any trades off stream. So more than once, I've not taken a viable vetted setup because I didn't have the stream up. And that's pretty stupid. So, the point of the stream is my video journal so that I can see what I was seeing and hear what I was thinking by this narration. But the object of the business is to grow the account by trading. So, want to be careful that I don't allow the tail to wag the dog. If you know what I mean. And perhaps now they're going to start the down move. Obviously, this has been a real tight rotation after the number. Certainly no vetted risk neutral trade involved at all. There has to be a minimum of 3 points to the first scale before any obstacle. So, obviously this is just ridiculous. Now here they maybe are going to get maybe they're finally going to get some movement going here. That's a price check at the previous big aisle. I don't have time to manage this trade for a long period of time, so I will not take it. I will not take one. Let me put it that way. I didn't mean it. This would be, if we pull back up here into this area, I would say that would be justification for a short to the highest statistic that we have of every day, which is the overnight volume point of control. And then in this case, who the hell knows? It could, the bottom could fall out and they could head for the gap. You never know. Yeah. So I think I will let discretion be the better part of valor and get ready and make sure my wife's ready to go for the school run, which we had to do early because of a 10 o'clock presentation that I have. So I will be right back in a few minutes. Well, the school run's out of the way now. Looks like I missed a big drop. I guess a delayed reaction to the numbers. Beats the hell out of me, the housing numbers. Who knows? Or just profit taking because they did close the gap. So, yeah. Here we have that. Here we have the Renko. It's a little easier to see. Here's our gap up. Here's yesterday's high. Gap up. Fell off. Now, the interesting part about it is they closed the gap. The old-fashioned gap rules from market profile say that if they close the gap relatively early in the session, which they did here at 9:30 or 9:13, I should say, and get into previous value and accepted, I should say, in previous value, they would often trade across value. We did not get accepted in value. In fact, did not make it into the previous value area and have traded back up. That's not to say where they're going to go now. And we still have an IB stat that's left open. The IB low would be the likely suspect here. IB high is quite a stretch. So I would say that the IB stat and continuation would likely be a probable trade. Let's see what happens. Now this is a little bit wrong because my scale is just at the IB low. So this could be a late entry and a bad position. We'll see. Well, we will see. So we need to get the scale out for our risk neutral. Looks like the previous RTH high gave us some resistance, and that was a very late entry on my part. And we'll undoubtedly take a stop here, I think, but we'll see. My stops are set. My targets are set. I do think I will move this target ahead of this liquidity here. See what price does here in the next couple of minutes. Now, my problem here is that I am above this swing, but this low volume area right here is really, well, it was just a really late entry, obviously. And there's one stop out. And two. So there is a stop based on a really late entry. Essentially the low, well, of this swing. Yeah, should have been a long. Would have been lovely. But definitely they are not being accepted in value. And so yeah, that's a risk neutral. That is how it works. And look at that, boy! What a maneuver! And that wouldn't that have been a lovely long? That's one of the problems with coming in cold to the market. Now I just returned from the school run. As I pointed out, I did see things that fit my plan, but my entry was wrong. So that would have been the IB low statistic. And this could still be an IB low. They've tested up to the mid. VWAP is just above that, though, which is generally a spot that has quite a bit of fuel above it. It's very typical for retail to sell the mid when it's or VWAP, either one, when approached from below. But what is all this noise here? That's just fumes. That is just fumes. Disappointing, that's for sure. Now I'd like to be in that short again at a better level, but that starts seeming to me like chasing and perhaps over trading. So I'm going to resist that idea. I don't really have conceivably you could say that it was a mid test and then looking for the IB low, but if you look at look over here, we got a pretty much of there was the news, and then now we're consolidating, and where are they going to go? That's what you don't know. I have a meeting here at the top of the hour, and so I'll put this on. Be right back and get my audio headset, whatnot moved over. Disappointing, but hey, that's trading, the magic of trading. The outcome of the next trade is 50-50 and the outcome is random. So that was an extremely poor entry on my part, but still, well, I guess the good entry would have been this test of the mid way over here. And then it would have been scaled, and then it wouldn't have been the target, but I would still have been targeting the IB low. And so it would have come back up here and touched that. Wouldn't have taken it out because the stop would have been above it. But, that's why it's so important to maintain your focus and the rhythm of the market, in my opinion. And of course, it would be great to get short right in here and recover the day, but I have to maintain perspective with what else I have to do, how my time can be focused. And this is not an area where I would say I have any kind of confirmation. And we have talking feds at the moment. So I'm sorry that I saw that trade, frankly, targeting the IB low and then points south. But the previous high clearly was a go point for the market. And I thought they would get at least down to the IB, which is where they traded it before. And then I would have had my risk neutral scale. That's how that works. Well, that was fortunately a nice short meeting. So, and quite obviously the market is just chopping back and forth and making a big helping of retail soup. Here, we did get a just now got an VPOC migration south, but I want to be sure that that is both of them, and I will confirm that here in just a moment. Negative, it is not. So this is only the full session VPOC, which is migrated here. And I'm assuming, well, in 300 more contracts, the current session will. So I'll leave this here for now, being mindful that it isn't yet the migrated VPOC. We got a big stack of liquidity above the mid and the VWAP right now. Yeah. And so it would be lovely to get a revenge, get a trade off and clean up that previous loss. But that's also that is also indicative of the monkey mind, revenge, get even, fear, all those kind of FOMO, all that kind of stuff. I took the one trade I did take, which was a very late entry, and that cost me the scale, actually. I wouldn't have gotten the target, really, but it cost me the scale. So in this case, I took a stop because I don't move them. Once the trade is on, I move the targets, but I will only move a stop after I've scaled. There we go. Now the full session and the current session, or RTH, are now parked out here together, which is what I expected. And I think, if you see what I mean by retail soup, everybody got all excited. We closed the gap, and now what are we doing? We're just grinding them up. Or if you're a real clever short-term trader, you're making money riding just dancing with it up and down. That doesn't fit my trade plan. And I don't say that my trade plan or my approach to the market is correct. And it is certainly not it is correct for me, but it's certainly not the only way to trade. I don't think there is an only way to trade, really. Most of these BS gurus are on the internet and whatnot say that kind of stuff. And the minute they do, it's time to just turn off the thing and move on, in my opinion. So we're hovering now on the VPOC. I'm yawning, so you can tell how excited I am. I have one more trade at the presentation here at the top of the hour. So considerable period of time ahead of that. And I'll be right back. And now this is adds further complication to the story because this is the VPOC, right? So any trade from here out is middle out, which is diddling in the middle and a bad news, not part of the plan. Unfortunately, with the IB low down here and some targets, those are still remain, they still remain on my radar because we are short. The context of the market is short, but perhaps only because of this number. You see, if that number hadn't hit the market, what would we be doing? We'd just be trading in a consolidation straight across, right? What's happened is we've moved from this upper distribution to the lower one, and now we're just rotating across the lower one. So for me, it's shorts only, and that's a problem now because of the movement of the VPOC down with the mid and the VWAP up above. So, yeah, it's not disappointing that I got stopped on that trade, but it was a setup based on my trade plan, and it was a poor entry, so that didn't help. That actually compounded the problem. Rather than a scale for risk neutral, it put me in a position for a full stops, which I took. And I gladly take the stops because that's they're there to preserve the account. Right? They still haven't gotten into value. If they do, as I said earlier, the old gap rules say that if you get accepted in value, the possibility to trade across it is extremely high. And we have some correlated movement now. The NQ is dropping. The ES is dropping. We're at that previous turning point of the previous RTH high. And we still have the IB low down here below. Now, this would be a breakout trade. And I have decided that some time ago that I've made an error code for breakout trades because I just don't get them. They don't help me. So I call them an error. I have several errors, execution, plan, and breakout. It's my journal is based around setups, so I can then calculate the statistics for an edge or not in individual setups, and they are filtered by context, open type, context, setup, and then executions, scale, T1, T2, stop, etc. Trying to get my head around it as mathematically or scientifically rational as I can, so that it try to eliminate those. I mean, you never eliminate the emotions because that's your monkey mind, and that's how that's part of our DNA. But you have to control those things, and I find for me the best way to do that, and the way to run this as a statistical probability business rather than gambling or a video game, is to do like the casinos, which is calculate the positive edge on a particular setup under a very specific finite set of parameters, and then execute as many of those as present themselves. So the law of large numbers brings the brings the revenue to my account. And that's it. I don't think anybody would argue that the casinos are pretty successful and they don't gamble. They don't gamble at all. They know that every trade is 50-50. They know that it's a completely random environment. They deal the exact same number of cards from the exact same number of cards in the shoe. They play exactly the same rules. They have exactly the same payouts. And they know that over time, they have a percent edge, positive percentage edge, whatever that percentage is, I don't know. But the idea then is once you know that and have calculated and vetted that, proven that with statistically significant data, then you take every instance of that occurs, just like Las Vegas or any casino. They deal as many hands as blackjack as they can, 24/7, 365 days a year, knowing full well that there will be losses. Guys will go out of the place singing and dancing with a suitcase full of money, but in the long run, the percentage will manifest itself by the law of large numbers, and they pretty obvious who's making the money in Vegas. I never saw any gamblers building casinos or big hotels or whatever else. So that's the plan. That's my plan. And I think it's a sound one. And now we're just diddling around down here at the IB, that high again, the previous RTH high. That's this level right here, which is pushed from Investor RT. And this statistic is from the homework study in Investor RT under the opening condition of higher out of range, which we definitely did do. Right here. This was yesterday's trade. There's the high. This is the trade. And there's our open. So we are higher out of range. That's all there's to it. Not magic. Lots of buying down here. Now they're going to get that. Now they got the IB low. So there was my trade. Okay. Let's see just how early I was. Well, to be honest now, this is very interesting. Had I taken a proper entry here or re-entered here at the test of mid, there would have been no stop out, even no heat to the targets. So far the scale, and I suspect the target. Okay. So this was clearly an example of a poor entry location here rather than here, or better yet, here, the test here, test here. The problem I have, I guess I should say, or the dilemma is that I know without any question of doubt in these cases right here, there's stops above the mid and there's stops above VWAP. And here was the POC. Now there is a very definite structured trade in the T-Lab and vetted by many of mid or VWAP to the POC. So that was a very viable possibility. To have gone short here strictly would be enforcing the plan that at the moment, the context was down, except for it was only down because of this number. If this number hadn't hit, this consolidation would have just been up here. As I pointed out earlier, around this distribution. This number dropped us down here to this distribution. So, we've now taken the IB, and it's a possibility of an IB failure, which is supposedly only a viable trade in a rotational context. My question is this rotational, or is this a more or less directional negatively? And what happened here? If you look here, we were rotational. Boom. Now we're rotational. and we've just gone a little bit rotational below the IB high or IB low. Will it fail? The IB failure is just nothing but a mean reversion trade, right? So if you come back over here, here we are at the IB low, and if it fails, well, we revert back to the mean, and we could revert higher. So if you want to think about it, we've had mean reversion here. We fell out with a number, and so far we've had mean reversion here. The IB failure is viable in this situation, I believe, except that so is the IB continuation, I think. Probably targeting the MCVPOC down here, and that's where we're almost at already as I speak. So it's not much news. There you go. That wasn't any big news. This is the NVPOC from yesterday. And now we're in a situation where we will likely trade across value to the value area low, which is right here, and we've damn near done it already. So the old gap rules still apply. And had my entry been proper up here or in a good location, I wouldn't have been stopped out, and I would have scaled and taken my profit and would be singing a different song right now. And now we are approaching the gap rules value area low. But getting in at this point is a breakout and not in the plan. Looking back at it, I guess that the IB low test up here to the previous high and then come across IB again would have been a short. That's kind of what I was thinking earlier, and that got shoved right up my butt. And there we are, across the value. Yeah. Yep. So that's disappointing that I was not able to re-engage there, but and as the day progresses into the lunch hour and after hours, my motivation to trade becomes more guarded because I find that I start looking for patterns. It's human nature, especially in this case when I'm sitting on a stop. I would like to balance that out. Obviously, I don't think that's any kind of news, and it's pretty obvious what we're doing now. And there we have traded across value from yesterday, actually down to yesterday's, pretty damn close to yesterday's low, or to the close anyway. Yeah, disappointing, but it is what it is. It is what it is. And, as you look back in that RMT, rear view mirror trading, you can see 1,000 opportunities. Whoa, there's the perfect trigger. There's the perfect setup. This is the perfect short, all this kind of crap, but it's all rear view mirror. And at the time, that's what's so important to me about this recording this stream, is that I can go back and see what I was seeing and hear what I was thinking and look for ways to improve that that you can't do in rearview mirror. I mean, and because I can go back here, I just got through doing that. Came back here and say, well, I say we tested up here, then we tested when we fell back through that. When this IB, when the VPOC migration came down, that's another one. The VPOC migration is another structured trade, and we tested up here, and then we sold off. Well, yeah, I can see all of that right now, and it's fresh enough in my mind that I can remember I did not anticipate or recognize the VPOC migration setup trade when it happened. I was busy talking about how I had originally put the VPOC flag here, but it was only the full session. However, I was going to leave it alone because I could see that in another couple hundred contracts, the regular trading session was going to migrate down, and it did. And we tested up here, and I didn't act on the VPOC migration south. I commented that it would be trading from the middle out, diddling from the middle, which is absolutely an error on my part because it was a VPOC migration. And that's one of the trades that I have vetted, and it has a good statistical probability. So that's something that I really need to think about, and I would be head and shoulders over the original stop. What is it, 91 to 74? Jesus Christ. Well, 91 to 71 is 20 points. There's a 20-point move right there. So, wow. I think that's what separates good, consistent trader from one who is not as consistent. I know what I'm looking for and I have setups, but because of, lapses in focus and having to do something on another machine and talk to somebody that calls or whatever else it is, I lose that. I have to find a way to just isolate myself and focus 100% on the market and trading for a specific period of time. And I haven't figured that out over here yet. In Kuala Lumpur, where we lived for 11 years, the market opened at, the futures market opened at 9:30 or 10:30 local time, 21:30 or 22:30. And I could focus for 2 or 3 hours, absolutely quiet. The family was all in bed and the world was quiet and happy. And I had uninterrupted focus. I can't, frankly, here just, I talk about this stuff and narrate this so that I have the audible feedback when I review the stream. I mean, but the fact that I missed this VPOC migration short is just really amazing to me, actually. VPOC migration and the IB low statistic. So if I'd have shorted, say here, there would be the scale right in here, right? So be scaled and then looking for the target, which would be down here, but I hopefully have sense enough to start moving the targets out. And now it's anybody's guess what they're going to do with it. I don't really have any trade plan specific idea what to do what to look for after they've closed that, satisfied the old gap rules, frankly. More than likely rotate up to the VPOC and then, the IB low. Got a lot of stuff right here. See, here's the value area high from yesterday. There's the overnight mid settlement. There's developing value area low. A lot of busyness there in the neighborhood. Yeah, so back to the MCVPOC. I wouldn't consider taking a trade here because I have no clue what they may do. The developing value area low could be an area where or the IB low, which is just above. This is the developing value area low. Developing value area meaning this current session as opposed to value area low, which is previous RTH, and the IB low. So they come up here, reject out of here, reject off the IB low, and continue. All of those are good possibilities. But I'm not sure. I don't really have I guess the IB the IB continuation test would be one. However, there's something I don't really have a good feeling for is, so here's the IB low. We sure as hell continued, right? We continued almost 15 points. Okay, how far is it continue, and then when is that over? I mean, obviously it's not going to continue on forever. It's going to rotate for profit taking and basically auctioning. So I don't really know what to think about that, whether to think, okay, this many points, basically the continuation's over and we should be looking for the mid to VPOC trade, which I mentioned a little while ago. Now they are both aligned, so we could have the mid VPOC trade, even though it's 88 to 92. That would be just 1 point ahead for the scale. We're now getting over the developing value area high and approaching the IB low. You know, so many things to think about, and that's why I think makes so much more sense to me to use vetted, statistically significant trades and then take as many instances of them as can be. Or as that present, I should say. So now we're at value area low. Will that be a point? Actually, that doesn't look right. That doesn't look right to me. It looks like value area low is quite a ways below us by IRT. So I'm wondering if this is not, and no sooner than I spoke, did it shift. That's one of the things that is interesting. Yeah. The value area low, developing value area low is actually down here. IRT, of course, is instant, basically, but the cloud notes, the smallest increment you can set refresh on the cloud notes column is 1 minute. So there you have it. So we're still chugging up to the IB low. We've had a big adjustment in the developing value area, which was recognized a couple of minutes ago. Okay, now I've got to shift my stuff over for another silly meeting at the top of the hour. I will monitor the stream, of course. Could be the possibility that I would enter a trade without being to narrate it. I got to buy another. I have a boom arm and a mic and all that. I just haven't broken down to buy a Rodecaster Duo, so I can use an XLR mic on the stream and then have the my Logitech G Pro X headset, which is what I use now for this. Just plugged into my other machine because it's a pain in the butt. Now, when I move the headset over, I will not be able to narrate should a trade present itself. That's pretty disappointing. But hey, here's what it is. Let me get a couple things going here. Well, now that's the way a meeting should be run. Didn't have anybody else but the couple of accounting people, so I was able to just get that over with. Too sweet, and that's the way it should be. So we have obviously done the dipsy doodle. We've done the dipsy doodle here, or the do-si-do around the IB low a couple of times, and testing up here to the mid. Probably just enough times to get a whole bunch of retail dorks offside, I guess. Now, are we going to test this mid and head lower again? We did once. 87 to 84 half would have just been 3 points to the obstacle. So it would have scaled and might have gotten pretty close to a target. But looking at the bigger picture here, there we are. If you want to be technical, it's lower highs and lower lows. That's down or south context. So that would, unless I got some clear indication that the steamer had turned, I would say that longs would be off my menu at the moment. And here's another test up to mid. And the IB. So what are we doing? 87 to 84? Well, that's just not quite three handles. So that's not quite where you got to be. Obviously, I, having taken a stop first on the IB, a shot at the IB, low for the IB stat, I would be pleased to have another trade positively, and I risk neutral, so scale and then target. But I'm not convinced that this market has not got its wad. Here, they fulfilled the IB or the gap rules idea, which I wasn't clever enough to pick up on at the time, and I really blew the IB migration down. That just really is irritating that I did that, but that's a function of too many irons in the fire. Now, it could be some time before they're able to get another VPOC shift lower. It's 12.4. Down here at 7, right? 3,000 contracts to bring that down below the mid. Okay. And we're just testing the living hell out of the mid, huh? The problem with the long off the mid here, well, a lot of problems, but the fact that we're basically in a downtrend, context is down, that's one of them. And then all this liquidity living up here before the VWAP or the POC. Those are all things that are would kind of lend themselves to an oops moment. These tests up to the mid and, a little bit of a more or less an exhaustion, but I don't know. This is the Globex VWAP, also the mid. Like I said, this doesn't convince me particularly here, and I don't really think I have any kind of a trade for that. The one that comes to mind is the mid or VWAP VPOC, but there must be at least 3 points for the risk neutral scale before the first obstacle, and that's not the case here, even close, right? So, in fact, there's just barely 4 points to the target. Now here we could be taking the mid from 88 to 85, so there's 3 points. There would have been a nice test and short. Out and down to the IB low of, well, 7 to 4, yeah, 3. Didn't scale, just barely right there. And there's no targets left. There's no targets left, I don't think. I think they're all hit. Oh, no, I lied. The overnight low was, well, I guess it was just hit to the tick. You want to believe that? No, I'm sorry. Jesus, what am I doing? This is the RTH session. This is the overnight. So we still have 10 points to the ETH low, but in a higher out of range open configuration, the probability of that's 33%. Not particularly high in the sky. And here's, banging from the mid to the IB low. Where's that going to go? And we're dangerously approaching the 12 o'clock lunch crap. So this could be a day with a stop in it. You never know. A one trade deal. I'd like that not to be the case, but hey. I'd say that it's just too, in my view, it's too risky. The mid test short here in RMT. Yeah, there's a scale. There's a target or close to it. Where would the target be? Well, low of the day, settlement maybe. I don't know how much conviction they've got on that. They traded down there. They've taken out some stops. Now they're going to get back up here and kind of smoke around the middle, I think. The IV failure has not really established itself with any authority. Yeah, it's just retail soup. These consolidations is what's this bucket called them zippers because they look like this right here looks like a zipper, right? That kind of a winding the spring up tighter and tighter, getting the or consolidation, whatever you want to call it. Auction. And they've gone right back to the I guess that's worth looking at. They've gone right back to the they opened right here at the POC. They gapped up and opened at the previous MCV POC. They traded down to the existing, and now they're back and forth. So right now they're down here around the bottom, and those target areas are right there. And the previous was up at 98, which is a pair off the out of the chart range. Yeah, so the mid retest short was, I guess, has been working out well for someone. Didn't look like a thing I would want to do, but yeah. Not getting any real directional help from the NQ either. And we've got this value area high, previous value area high, or the value area high level here is yesterday's value area high, where we have already traded into and across it. I don't guess there's any reason to reprove that. That value area definitely is a line in the sand. Somebody's keeping their foot on that one. Somebody is definitely keeping their foot on that one. And here now is another VPOC migration. And we have traded up above mid. And will we get some horsepower to the downside now? That's a big question. A big question. I don't know why that's doing that. Yeah. I don't know whether we're going to get a price check at aisle 3, which would be this level right here. Go up here and test if that's still too high. Or fell off. Now there's fuel around here. But what have we done? We've taken out 143 and now 7, right? That's kind of an exhaustion indication. Could well be a short-lived migration. This is pretty sticky here because there's not enough scale to any target or obstacle, not a target, but there's the mid and there's VPOC. And below that, CIB. So that's pretty sticky situation, in my opinion. And I already got duped once by getting in too early on this IB low story. Oh. I will continue to bide my time here, I guess. And I would say they're looking at a price check at aisle 3. And don't forget that this is VWAP we're approaching here now. Kind of funny because in IRT, we are trading over VWAP considerably, and we're not even bumping up on it. Trading considerably over here. Oops. So we're trading up over VWAP, which is this line. But, oops. I didn't want to do that very bad. Irritating. But we're just trading up to it here. So now I can see what the hell I did wrong with that. The hell is that? I don't even know what that is, to be honest with you. It looks like a candlestick chart. Frustrating. I don't know what that is. I don't know what I hit and what I changed. Oh, there I do. I got it now. Never mind. All back. All good. Yeah. And of course, as always, RMT is so clear. Just short that short that low on the other side of the value area low, and long, short down to it, and then long from it, and so you're up 40, 50 points and having a wonderful time. So here we are at VWAP, just goofing around. We've got a price check just above it. I'm not sure why the VWAP here is different than the VWAP. They show the same value. Here we're just barely over it. Over there no, I guess we're about right. I guess it's just the scale that's got me off. That's one of the problems, or not problems, but that's one of the nuances about these different trading platforms is getting the scale to make sense. That's quite a consolidation we got going on here. Now, no possibility for a long for me at this point. There's, the scale or the first obstacle is this pile of liquidity and a previous MVPOC. If I check it out 3, and it's a point away. So, nothing doing there. And here we have another pop-up on the full time. So what we're going to do now is we're going to bring this VPOC migration back up to here. And that way it'll migrate back up to about 90.5. And so this was just a sucker play here that got nobody anyplace except, I guess, a bunch of retail guys chopped up probably. Now they're going to trade a couple more of them here in the VPOC. The current session VPOC will migrate up here. And then what? Who knows? This is heading back up. Who the hell knows? There it is. And there we have it. Ooh, I'm a fortune teller. Oh, God. It's so simple, So many people make it mysterious. It's volume. This price is the most heavily or most traded price of the day. And that's what happens. Down here, it was 14,000 and change. Up here, it's 14,000 and more change. Simple. That's what makes it move around. Nothing mystical or anything. That's it. And now they are at the absolute test of the original VPOC. Will they go to the value area high? I can't really put a trade on here. I could from 91 because it is just barely 3 points to this first obstacle. But look at all this crap you got living in the way. Once it gets through this low volume area, likely head north with vengeance. But I can't do that unless I were to change my trade plan and put both stops at the first scale and just hit out of it. But not happening. Not happening today, I wouldn't say. I don't know. Mm-hmm. Yep. Sure. You bet. Yeah. Well, as we spoke last night and this morning. Yeah. Shit and bus tickets going. Something matters. Yeah, I don't know what's going to happen here now. It doesn't really look like my Renko is trading exactly right. Yeah, all that consolidation was within one, because of the movement, was in one Renko bar. I'm really tempted to take a long here, targeting the developing value area high, which would just be 3. But I don't know what to do about that, actually. I don't know why the market would be wanting to go back up again. And why would it want to go up any higher than it has? So yeah, I'm frustrated here. What's new at the zoo, I guess. I am so disappointed I missed that two big moves, primarily the big move on the VPOC migration. But here's a perfect example. Let's get over here where it's easier to see. Okay, I'm berating myself for missing this test of the VPOC migration, and down we go, right? Well, here was another one. All right. But I didn't take it because it was too congested around these areas here, in my view. And how right was I? Pretty right. Okay. So there's one time I missed, one time I not taking the trade, I was okay. I don't know how the hell you justify all that or quantify all that so that you can uh, objectively act on them. Yeah, and so what the hell? What are we going to do now? Yeah, well, this is the typical lunchtime nonsense that I'm not any good at. Not that I'm a hell of a lot better at any of the other nonsense, but you know. So we have definitely done that price check at aisle 3. We're headed for this low volume area here where we might just rip right through it or not, or come to a screeching halt and trade the other way and get into this upper distribution. All this liquidity up here, so it's 4 to 6. That's only 2 handles and ain't enough range to get to a trade. And that's my story, and I'm sticking to it. I got no idea what to say here. Boy, I sound like I don't know who's learning English. I'm forgetting more than they're learning, I guess. But I wouldn't know what to say at this point. There's not enough range for a trade. We're just bouncing under developing value area high above the POC, which is the second time we've been up here. This is a price check at aisle 3 right here. Now we are back again. You look back, rear mirror trading, RMT, right? There's just a million places you're going to get along and make all kinds of money going up. None of which was apparent to me or available to me at the time. Oh, that's one of the important parts of or values of this stream is that I have my narration, hopefully presenting what I'm thinking, and I can see what I'm seeing, right, visually, so I can see what the market is saying. And then I can assess when I'm not in the trading mode, what the hell was I thinking or not, like I'm going to be very disappointed in myself for missing that VPOC migration lower before the IB stat. It was a trade I tried to take earlier, essentially, but this time was in the right place with a VPOC migration instead of outer space and just targeting the IB low. So, that'll be real interesting to review. And now what do we got? Do we have one to this price check down here? We're checking here now, which is the VWAP. And then we have the mid, so 91 to 88, just exactly 3 points. But we've been on an uptrend since about 1040. So has the market context actually changed? It would seem so. We tested the IB or the developing value area high by just a poke right here. And then have not been able to get above that since. Not saying that we're not going to do that right now, but and here we are smack on the VPOC, both of them, both the full session and the current RTH session. What's that say anyway? Can I read that? No, it doesn't show up. When I click in the header, the mouse becomes visible in this on the bookmap window. I have to remember to do that. I guess. Yeah, so this is just magical. All I need is about, 10 points and a quick little zip, and I'll be a happy guy and on my merry way. And I'm a happy guy anyway. I took one trade. I followed my plan to the specifically. My trade management was exactly as the risk neutral plan. And, the magic of trading, it took a stop. So there you go. If anybody tells you they don't take stops or they have 100% win rate or whatever else, just, call them every name you can think of and haul ass the opposite direction. You can have 100% win rate, but so what? if you don't have any, you take one tick. Okay. For example, had I taken that trade with my stop at the, or moved my stop immediately one tick above, one tick in favor of profit from the entry, that would have been 100% win rate, right? But it's one tick, it's $12. So anybody that starts with this 100% win rate noise, like that's a big deal. It's absolutely not. What you want to see is their P&L and their expectancy. That's what counts. I wish this computer had. Oh, sorry. I had a giant sneeze hit me there. I wish this computer had a way to show Excel without. I'm not going to put Office or, I have Office 365 and all that stuff on my other machines and shared in the family here, but I'm not certain on the land, but I'm certainly not going to put it on this trading machine. But it would be nice to be able to look at the journal and explain some things about that, how I do that. Maybe Google Sheets or something. I guess that might be a way to go. I don't know. I have to see. I've never really done that, actually. I've always had everything on my own machine. I do share the Cloud Notes levels here with the T-Lab people for anyone who wants to that doesn't happen to have all the bells and whistles and IRT and all that stuff, just to help out. Tom gives so much of himself, I figure the least I can do, chip in what I can. And I do that. Couple of posts in the morning, one for the upcoming numbers or economic stuff, and one for earnings if we're in that season. And then at 8:20 Central, I publish my kind of an overview that I've put together with all the various numbers, and I could show you what that looks like for the T-Lab here. This chart right here, it has all the numbers for the previous bunch of sessions back, both day and ETH and RTH, plus all the numbers that people might want to use for their levels. And what I've got, I post this every day at 8:20, just for grins. Try to help out a little bit. The T-Lab is the Traders Lab. It is a bookmap Discord chat room started by a guy named Tom B. Who the hell knows what his last name is or cares. He's been trading 40-something years, and he's one of the few people I've bumped into in all these many years I've been around this that is, in my opinion, the real deal. Perhaps because his philosophies align with mine, I guess. I don't know. That probably helps. But what he says, I know to be true. A lot of what he says, I know to be true, not hype or crap. And most importantly, he's not trying to sell anything. There is nothing for sale. He just gives of himself. And the book map is Traders Lab, Discord Trader Lab chat room is free, and you don't have to be a subscriber to Bookmap. It's provided by Bookmap. Obviously, they want to sell you a subscription to Bookmap. I mean, they're not, of course, but it's not required. And so I would heartily recommend you joining the T-Lab, or at least paying them a visit. Bunch of really good people there. Obviously, a bunch of assholes too, but that's the Discord thing, right? And there's a link to that in the description here. So enough of that. I'm thinking if they get into this low, area, this volume is going to disappear. Now I would have been better off down here, up here. But I kind of have a sneaking feeling, well, it's only 1231 though. If they got quite a bit of liquidity there at the moment, this doesn't qualify because of range. And technically down here wouldn't. I guess you could really squint your eyes and say it was a VPOC migration trade rather than diddling in the middle, but. And it could just be because I'd like to get a trade off and go take a nap. To be honest. Yeah. And they're just defending that value area high pretty close. And there's no range from it to the VPOC, even though typically I would never take a VPOC trade out because this is the most traded price of the day price level of the day. What do you imagine is going to happen there? Chance of retesting that, revisiting that, trading on both sides of that, really, that's the highest probability there is. Because by the very definition that's what this is. This is the place that was traded the most, period. Both sides, right? And here's the mid, and here's the mid. So that's exactly the middle of the range so far. Here's the VWAP. There you are. Will they get through this into the low volume area? Probably. And then we've got, a high volume node up at somewhere up there. Below 51, I guess. So if I had to think about it, I would be, and I am, this low volume area here is typically revisited and repaired or traded over, right? Because it wasn't auctioned at all the first go round when they came ripping down through there. So that's a possibility. But there's the overnight VPOC. There's all this liquidity levels in the way. Here's the open. Here's the previous MC VPOC. It, well, all of that, just three handles from here, or say four from down here. That's bull. No, that's not enough range, not enough anything else that I could see. Good nap. Oh, I forgot I wasn't muted. Sorry, I've been slurping water and carrying on here. But yeah. So we're trading down here to the three-ish area. Now, if I was the type that would take a trade off the VPOC, there would be just barely scale. No, not quite to that 96 area. Yeah. So what? One thing to think about here, which is opposite to what I've been talking about, is mean reversion, which is low, outside in. Okay, extremely low volume to the mean, which is VPOC. All right, so that's 96 ish, and we traded right up and beat around up here down to the VPOC. But that's just 3 points. Almost forgot. Yeah, I got a meeting at the top of the hour here. Phew. Just about forgot that. That would have been kind of a whole bunch of no good. Kind of a whole bunch of no good. What am I doing now? All right, so I've got to switch this flipping headset crap again. Man, I got to just get buy one of those casters, I guess. The reason I've been staying off of that dual caster and using my boom and my Shure microphone is I move around a lot. And I think that's going to have a negative impact on the audio quality because typically with a XLR mic, you got to talk right on them. And I mean right on them. So with the headset, obviously, if the boom is always right in my face, no matter where I go. And apparently they have a better mic, more of a cardioid mic for this headset. It's called the Ice Cube or something like that. I might look at that. And that stupid Rodecaster Duo is like $400. So that's another big oops. Anyway, so I've got to switch this audio gear once again for this upcoming meeting. But it's not until 1 o'clock, so I'll do it at like 5 minutes before the hour. And yeah, Tom had he doesn't call trades or point stuff out ever. That's another thing about the Traders Lab that may put you off or not. And you also never shares any live trades or anything like that. So that's, those are kind of off-putting actually for me because a long time ago, I kind of made a assessment that if somebody didn't show you their trades or trade live, awful good possibility it was bullshit. But I don't think that's the case with Tom at all. But anyway, so the point is he will say things like observe 96, which means he's looking at, thinking that 96 would be a mean reversion trade back down to the POC, and it was so. But you had to be really on it right here to get your scale, and your scale would just be at the range, right? Now you made a little bit here, but you haven't gotten any profit. You haven't gotten to your target. And it might break through here and get the VWAP and on down to the mid, who the hell knows? But it hasn't yet. And so that's that. Hmm. So yeah, this is fun. And I'd be just so happy to throw a trade on and get a scale and a target and say, have a nice day. There we go. Oh, my little notifications are working just Jim Dandy. That's great. Okay, I'll get a notification at 5 to the 5-2, and I can switch my gear, and there we go. Oh, yeah. Yeah, boy, this is fun. One thing about trading that's worth bitching, as I try to frequently, the way trading in this as a business, a statistically driven business, you have the pleasure of anticipating your setups well in advance of them happening. Okay. And when they do, you then execute and you know where your scale is and you know where your target is and you know where your stop is. And it's the only thing that can move would be the target. For example, you might be, five or an extra five handles out for your first T1, T2, and there might be a target further down. So you would continue to move that. You would never move your stops away from your entry, but after your scale, you can use the trailing the stop for your runner as a method of trade management. In other words, bring it up behind at various points, either swing highs or lows or low volume areas or something like that, whatever you've worked out and vetted. So that's all great. It really, really alleviates a lot of the worry and stress and strain. But one of the very definite factors are spend a lot of time watching and waiting. You don't do anything. If you're the kind that wants to have this be a video game, that this kind of running your trading as a business isn't for you because I spend hours. I didn't spend enough time this morning analyzing that trade before I put it on, but I put it on, reasonably justified, and I, of course, didn't vary my plan and took the stop. So what? Everybody does that. Happens all the time. But you spend an awful lot of time watching, and the more disciplined you become with managing your FOMO and all those other things, the more time you spend watching, because setups are far and few between. And unless you're manipulating things all around and, which I categorically believe is wrong, you can't be vetting trades if you're changing your parameters. They are not part of the same data set. So you're just kidding yourself, right? In my trading setup, for risk neutral is a 3-point stop for both contracts. First scale is at 3 points, and then the second scale is at 12, which can be moved, okay, one way or the other. And that's okay, but even that shouldn't be, if you want to be specific about how many times you got T1, how many times you got T2, all that. But absolutely, you cannot move your stops out, for example. If your first scale is at 3 points, your stop's got to be at 3 points. If you for whatever reason have to move say you got in a little late and you were ahead of this obstacle right here, and you had to move say you were below here, you'd have to move your stop up here, then your first scale up here, then you would need to bring your stop up that same distance, close your stops in that same distance to have risk neutral. I hope that's clear, because it's really, really important. And now, what the hell are we going to do here? I keep thinking if we get into that low volume area, we're going to rip, but I don't know that to be the case. The liquidity has lifted off. We're at 5 to 7, so that's only 2. You have some liquidity here, and there's a previous level there of the VPOC. So basically, a trade in here now would be a breakout. If you were a big, strong middle out guy, then you'd be trading this one up. And here we are at Tom's 96 short idea, 96 mean reversion back to the VPOC. Which worked out just fine a couple of times. There's one pretty close to here, and there's one. Well, ended up down here, and This one looks like it's going to be close. 96. But I just don't see that. And I don't see what my target would be. It looks to me like the market is trading up. It wouldn't surprise me at all if we blow through this low volume area and even make another neutral day. Seems like we make them about every 10 minutes these days. So, there we go. Well, the point now is that I have to move my headset gear. So I will do so. And I will rejoin here as soon as able. Okay, well, so not a lot happened during that meeting, but it took the full hour. I mean, a lot happened in the meeting, but trading wise, I obviously didn't take any trades and would not because I couldn't narrate it to the stream. We've tested below VWAP. This is, if you really squint your eyes, you could call this mean reversion, but Jesus, that's grasping at straws as far as I'm concerned. And that's a problem that happens with, I think, humans, is their mind wants to find patterns. From a point of view of trading, you want to find justifications for taking a trade. So, yeah, I'll probably end up the day with the one trade stopped rather than any kind of a improvement. I have to end the stream here at about 2:30 local or 14:30, which is coming right up. And if you look at it on a Renko chart and have your RMT glasses on, you can see just all kinds of wonderful opportunities for, a short, a long, a short, it's just stupid, but that's how it works. And I have never really figured out a way to actually learn from those points in real time. Now, I very definitely missed this epoch migration targeting the IB low, and that's covered fully in the stream. I took the trade before that, looking for the IB low right here, and got stopped out. So timing is everything. But what I missed was the VPOC migration, which was the additional piece causing this momentum lower. So yeah, there you are. And right now, keep forgetting that damn thing. And right now we're just, well, it was a VPOC, VWAP to VPOC trade, but it was only 2 points. So that's not, it's 3 points actually. Okay. No question about it. 92 to 95 is 3. That's even I can count that far. But my entries and exits, and I don't think many people's entries and exits are that precise. It's not surgery or exact. When you get filled, when you get your trade off, even though I use a keyboard entry, which is just faster and fast. I don't know how long the execution takes, actually. That'd be interesting sometime. But, it's fast, but still. By the time my mind reacts to the trigger, there you go. And this didn't really have a trigger. Okay. Other than you could say there was indecision and here was a buyer. Okay. So here's a buyer. Now it's 92.5. Right? And if you scale, well, you can't. There's 95. You got to be up here at 92.5, which is did get just get to for the scale, but it's not ahead of the obstacle. So, what are you going to do? The magic of trading. The magic of trading. And they may run it right up over the top of this and blast off out of here. It's at 2:00 and do all of this kind of stuff. But there's a lot of obstacles in the way. Big obstacle, developing value area high, the previous MC, the open, all this liquidity up here. And where are you going to go? Yeah. Don't know. 5105 is the IB high. Whatever, for whatever that's worth. Yeah, this is right on VPOC. This is diddle in the middle, and this is not something I'm prone to do. A developing value area high is a real hard line in the sand. Apparently, it was for quite a while, and then it popped out above it a little bit here. Now we're back at it again. And what are they going to do? And I have to be mindful of the time. I'm thinking this is just going to fiddle fart around, and I'm not going to see an opportunity to get on, and I don't really know where they would go. I mean, look at all this liquidity now stacking on the overnight volume point of control area. The developing value area highs moved up again. Was down here, now it's up here. And they may run at a substantial distance into the close, which frequently happens, but that's not a trade I can be part of because I'm on a school run at that time. I'm getting to the point where shutting this thing off is not going to be that. He's just coming on 6 hours now. That's pretty painful. Pretty painful. And the first and only trade so far today is the first hour in. So if there was a way to edit, I guess there is a way to edit these streams. I have to check with that. Maybe just whack off a bunch of dead air at the, in there somehow. It's nice to have the full continuity of the stream, and that adds to the transparency and the validity of it. But so what? Who wants to hear a bunch of walking pace and watch the market flop around? Got differing values here too, which is kind of interesting. The VWAP on IRT is 50.90 half. And over here it's 51. There it is. 51 half, say 51.75. It's only a point, but it's interesting. just crap. Just like watching paint dry. Yeah, this is just really annoying now. And around 1430, 1440, it'll bust loose. Unfortunately, I'm not anywhere near a computer. That's always irritating. Here you go. There's a couple of buyers there. Oh, that's kind of weird. Only three? Doesn't make much sense. Where would they take it if they got it over here? Up to overnight high, this big low volume area right here, the old MC, the open, who the hell knows? The minute I get into that long, it would stop. I'm sure of that. And go the other way 3 points and then laugh. Not really. But I don't have any trade here. This is all VPOC, There's no VPOC migration going to happen anytime soon that I can see. What's going to happen? What's going to happen that's going to make this thing go that would be a structured trade? Anything out of here is a breakout off of the VPOC. That sounds like retail 101. So what I will do here, as I said, is close the stream off at the bottom of the hour. Or I guess I could shut it off at exactly 6 hours in. Wow. I've been standing here doing this 6 hours since the open and hour and a half, 2 hours before that. And we'll be here till 8 tonight. So, long days. Long days. There's a lot of stops living right up here, and they've been in there a long time. One thing that I have noticed about this last hour, 2 o'clock power hour, whatever they call it, real easy to get premature. Thinking they're going to take a run up here. It's really only 20 after 2. So, they're going to run it back here, then go back up here, and you get stopped out or whiplash sawed 2 or 3 times. And then it actually does go where you think, right? But that's the reason for anticipating structured trades. And what structured trade is here? Absolutely nothing. There's the VPOC. This is the VPOC out. There's the MCV POC. Here's a whole bunch of an obstacle. So there's zero room to the obstacle. And they lift off, and it might take off. I mean, no sooner than I say that than it might take off. But trading from the middle out against a bunch of liquidity is not always a profitable thing, and certainly not. I don't know. I mean, I don't think it's not a structured trade or a setup that I've had anything to do with ever. Yeah, maybe 97 to 51 to going to work. Who the hell knows? And the other thing is, if it just starts running wild into the close, then just jump on and scalp it off like the rest of the morons. That's the big question. Down, if you got on down here, you're thinking you're just clever as can be, right? In reversion or whatever you want to call it, up to here, and then up to here, and it could slowly grind its way up to 5,100. Now 58. So if I'm not going to try that. As a matter of fact, I'm going to end the stream here, and that's going to be that. So have a good one.